We are live. We are live. Welcome to College Football's Peek Around the Corner with your host, Greg Flugar. We cover everything in college football because we love everything in college football. If you do as well, please subscribe to our channel. Smash the like button if you like our content. Share the video with your family and friends if you want to support this college football's Rebel Outpost. And, of course, the home for you, the college football sickos, with a donation to help us keep the lights on and grow the channel. Hit that $sign where you make a comment, and I'll get to you super chat as quick as I possibly can. Welcome everybody into the studio that sits on the corner, the very corner of Keith Jackson Parkway and Kurt Gowdy Avenue. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid to become a legend with your comments and with your phone calls. I got to make one quick change. Give me a moment, everybody. Give me a moment. I appreciate everybody coming on in. It is going to be a wild football game. Alabama and Missouri. Alabama and Missouri. And, of course, the Ohio State Buckeyes versus the Fighting Illini of Illinois. So let's get to it, everybody. Let's get to it. We've already got a super chat. Holy smokes. Kerry Gold knows, Greg, you sure have made a 180-degree change in the quality of your picks. Have you been talking to Grok, or however you pronounce it? No, I do not. I've spent one afternoon on GROK, or that, whatever that other thing is called. I have spent one afternoon on AI. When we did the preseason, what are the Gophers going to do? I have spent no time ever on these things, on these tools, these artificial intelligent tools. No. All my picks come from right here. And again, I'm still 2 games below 500. So what have I really accomplished? Nothing. But I got some momentum. 2 weeks in a row. Greg the Gold, thank you for coming on in. Kerry Gold knows, thank you for the $5 holla. I do appreciate it. I think the turnaround is basically, there's no way that I could sustain that level of loserdom. I think it was impossible. So, I'm still a loser, but it's starting to look better. It is starting to look better. Thank you for everybody coming on in. Expedition Greg, AMAC, the Evil Badger, Jeff Olson, beat Iowa. Who am I going to root for in that game? Nobody. I hope it goes 8 overtimes, and then a tornado comes in, doesn't hurt anybody, but they rip up the field and the game ends in a tie. I know that's impossible, but that is my dream for Wisconsin versus Iowa. 8 overtimes, a tornado comes whipping on through, and the game goes in a tie. Thank you, Jeff Olson. My great friend. He has entered into the chat room. Neil Sandifer is in the house. Christopher Hooter, go Tigers. We will beat Illinois and retain the Lily Buck Trophy. Fighting Illini is in the house. Good morning, Greg. Fighting Illini, good luck to you. Look, the Illinois-Ohio State game is going to be our secondary game. I got it up on the TV screen that is high in the studio. I'm going to be about 10 seconds behind you all. I'm going to react to the game, but I'm going to be a good 10, 12 seconds behind you. Please don't let it affect you. The primary game is the Tide versus the Tigers. Alabama, Missouri. Last week, we did the Cincinnati-Iowa State game. Big 12 contest. We go back, we do ACC, SEC, Big 10. We did the Georgia-Tennessee watch party game. That was a fantastic football game. Today it happens to be SEC, Crimson Tide, and the Tigers. And of course, before I go further, usually when I do these football games, unless it's the Gophers, of course, usually when I do these football games, I'm not rooting for either team. I'm rooting for a good game. The drama of a good college football game. So we can play the mariachi music in the middle of the third quarter if the game is within 10 points. Most of the time, I'm not rooting for either team. Unless it's the Gophers. I root for the Gophers. But not today. Today, I apologize to all the Alabama fans out there, including my 92-year-old Irish Catholic mother, who is laying in bed. She's going to watch Alabama. She's going to root on Alabama against the Missouri Tigers because she is a Bama fan. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me why. It doesn't make any sense. It is the way it is. She was a Bama fan before Nick Saban arrived. She's a Bama fan after Nick Saban, and she'll probably outlast Kalen DeBoer and whatever coach comes next. Regardless, sorry, Mom. Sorry, Alabama fans. I am rooting for the Missouri Tigers. The Missouri Tigers. The Missouri Tigers that I've got going to the college football playoffs at the beginning of the season. Now, my playoff predictions have been completely destroyed. I'm going to show them. I'm going to embarrass myself once again. I am the re-elected mayor of Loserville City. No question about it. I got Texas and Clemson, number 1 and number 2. Well, that ain't happening. I got Penn State, number 3. That ain't happening. Absolute destruction. Tulane's got a shot. Georgia's got a shot. The Buckeyes are looking good. Notre Dame's... But I got Missouri at number 11. I've got Missouri at number 11. And I'm going to get that right. Miami at number 10. That's going to be well off. Miami's going to be 1, 2, or 3. The LSU Tigers at 7. If they put the hurting on South Carolina, that still is in play. Oregon, number 9. Arizona State, they got to win tonight. They got to win tonight. And they're not going to win tonight. Because they got Jeff Sims as the quarterback. They're not winning tonight. So that's going to be destroyed. But Missouri, look, guys. Missouri's going to win this game. Yeah, I took the 3.5 points. If you're going to give me 3.5 points, I'm going to take the 3.5 points. But forget about the spread. Missouri's going to win this football game. I have grown to appreciate, to respect Ty Simpson's game. Missouri's going to win this game. And it's not just going to be on offense. It is going to be on defense. They are going to get pressure on Ty Simpson. He is finally going to start making some mistakes again. Ahmed Hardy is going to break 55 million tackles in this ball game. Bo Pribula is going to drive the Crimson Tide crazy. So yes, the Missouri Tigers are going to flat out win this game. It's a Greg the Gold 5-star lock. Christopher Hooter, Super Chat. Greg and since the two, Christopher Hooter, thank you for the $5 holla. Appreciate it, Greg. Since the 2.4 billion will not be distributed equally, rather 100 million to Northwestern, etc., 150 to Ohio State, etc. If the lawyers green light, Big Ten takes the deal. I think it's looking like they're going to take the deal. I think we've got it at 75%. They're going to. The problem is we don't. I keep hesitating on everything, but because I don't know what the deal looks like. Do we really know what the deal is? Because the deal keeps changing every other couple of days. Are there other people trying to get into the deal? But I would say, look, let me show you guys a couple of news items here on that. Front Office Sports, that has been hot on the heels of this story. Presidents of the Big Ten schools are potentially voting on the investment Monday or Tuesday. The deal no longer includes private equity firms. Potentially means they might not vote on Monday or Tuesday, right? They might not vote on Monday or Tuesday. But just that it's potentially that they might vote on Monday and Tuesday. And that ESPN says they're working through the weekend. That means they're at the 5-yard line. That means they're at the 5-yard line. So I think it's probably going to happen. What I don't agree with, or at this time, I do not agree with the follow reporting. Let me show you something else. I might end up agreeing with this reporting, but right now I don't. But I can change. My mind can change. We don't have all the information, obviously. This also came from Pete Thamel and Dave Wetzel. The deal would call for an extension of the league's grant of rights to 2046, providing long-term stability for the conference. Okay, I can understand that. And making further expansion and any chance league schools leave for the formation of a so-called Super League unlikely. So there are three things in this paragraph that Pete Thamel on ESPN believes to be true. One, long-term stability. Okay, I can see that. Making schools to leave for a formation of a so-called Super League unlikely. I can see that. Yep. That makes sense to me. But the third one, making further expansion, conference expansion unlikely. I gotta tell you, at this point in time, I do not agree with that at all. Every conversation I've had, those that include the chatter behind the curtain, they do not agree with that report. Now, ESPN might know something that they're not able to, it's some information that are embargoed. They're not able to say it per their sources. And maybe there's something in there that says the UC Investment Fund is a passive investor with a minority stake. All decision making is with the conference when it comes to additional stuff. But when it comes to conference expansion, the USC Investment Fund would have to green light. Maybe there's something, I don't know what could be in there that makes it ESPN putting this out there. Saying further expand, it makes further expansion unlikely. I don't know how that can be. I don't understand it, because I don't know how it would impede it. I don't get it. A lot of people are hung up on the idea that the Big Ten can only expand with Notre Dame. That's the school they want. But they only can expand with Notre Dame. If they expand with anybody else, it's going to dilute. It's going to make the slices more. Everyone's going to make less. People are so obsessed with that logic. The logic works except in this iteration of the college of the Big Ten, because you're going to have unequal revenue sharing. You're going to have unequal stakes. So you can bring in a school. They can come in at less value than Notre Dame and the Buckeyes and Michigan. And they're not going to dilute the Buckeyes and Wolverines stake. They might dilute a couple other schools, but maybe not. If they're coming in at a lesser stake and a lesser media revenue than what the media partners are willing to offer, they're not diluting anything. In fact, if you bring, let's pretend. We're pretending here. Let's pretend. We're pretending. I'm not reporting nothing. I ain't reporting nothing. But let's say it's Miami and Georgia Tech. If you add Miami and Georgia Tech, you are automatically increasing the valuation of the conference. You're adding 2 conference teams. You're adding 9 conference games. You're adding 2 markets. You're adding Big Ten subscribers. Now you might come back and say, Greg, it don't matter, Greg, because you as big as Miami and Georgia Tech is, you're going to dilute the conference and the team. Then, but you're not going to dilute the conference. Well, you can make it in a way that you don't dilute the conference. The Big Ten's going to have the leverage. They're going to have more leverage now than they had before after they make this deal. And they can say to Miami and Georgia Tech, you want in? You want in? Okay, you're going to come in at middle rate. You're going to get a cash infusion of $110 million. You probably deserve $130, but you're only going to get $110 because the other $20 million is going to get spread around to the other teams. Like, there's ways to grease the skids. This would be, we're just using Georgia Tech and Miami as an example. If you want to use Clemson, Florida State, you can use whatever example you want to use. But I think Miami and Georgia Tech takes a deal that doesn't dilute anything in the Big Ten, that makes the Big Ten a larger conference, more markets, better international market, whatever, all these things that go into it. Unless there's something in this that I do not know. But I think it makes expansion easier. In fact, I wish that I would talk to Pete Thamel, because everybody that I talk, there's nobody that is agreeing with the ESPN report. Not one. So I don't know. Are we all wrong? I'm talking about people who and people ask why? Why now? Why now? Why now? You've got this push for a Super League out there. You've got this push for Big Ten can't do this, can't do that. You've got a lot of politicians getting involved. You got a lot of things. You've got a lot of outside forces, right? The Big Ten, why not now? That is my answer. If you're going to do this, do it now. Cut everything else off at the path. Most of these Big Ten universities would, of course, give up a little bit of their equal stakes, so equal media revenue, to get the gore out to 2046. Of course they would. And then you say, what's in it for Michigan and Ohio State? Well, Michigan and Ohio State, they want to play their Big Ten opponents that they've been doing for 100 years. But Michigan and Ohio State, they're eyeing Birmingham. Not to join Birmingham, but they want to make sure that they're at the same strategic stratification, revenue stratification line that Bama and Georgia and Tennessee and Florida and LSU are going to be at. They don't want to fall behind that. They don't want to fall behind Birmingham. And they know that Birmingham is having all the same conversations that they are having. They don't want to lose market share to each other. The SEC doesn't want to get a little bit behind the Big Ten. The Big Ten doesn't want to get a little bit behind the SEC. The Big 12, what did the Big 12 do? I'm sorry that I'm going on a little bit of a rant here. But what did the Big 12 do? They jumped ahead of the Pac-12. Their exclusive window to negotiate with Fox and ESPN had not arrived yet. And what did Yormark do? He talked to ESPN and Fox and said, can we make a deal? Can we move up the exclusive window? Because Brett Yormark was eyeing the Pac-12 to get ahead of them. People did ask, why now? Why did the Big 12 make this deal? Don't they know if they would have waited longer, they would have got more money out of the deal? We said on October 30, 2022 on this channel that Brett Yormark had hit a grand slam because he had nullified the Pac-12's ability to have any exposure advantage over the Big 12. Brett Yormark was eyeing up the Pac-12 for the betterment of the Big 12 institutions. Nothing different here. The Big Ten is looking out for the Big Ten, for the institutions of the Big Ten. That is why it is happening now, if it does happen. So there's two reports. There could be a vote on Monday or Tuesday, a potential vote. And if it happens, and if it does go through, I was talking to Rock and Rant earlier today. If it does happen, if the vote does happen, first of all, the rumors, be them true or untrue, the rumors are going to be flying all over the place. And I'm going to do the best I can to try to separate the wheat from the chaff and try to figure out what is real and not real. There are already rumors going on right now. Like, there's already some stuff. The chatter behind the curtain has acknowledged for weeks and months that things are highly active, highly fluid, but nothing was imminent. Nothing close was imminent. And people kept asking, why? How can that be, Greg? If things are so active, how are you so sure that things are not imminent? Well, because that's what I was told by people that I trust, who are not perfect, who are not infallible, but who have been working with me for over a decade. And some of the people who have been telling me I've had new relationships with over the last 3 years. Nothing is imminent. But one of the big reasons why nothing has been imminent, not the only reason, but one of the big reasons is because of this. Because of this thing that the Big Ten has been working on for months. And what is really fascinating about this story, what is incredibly fascinating, there's so many different aspects to the story that is unbelievably fascinating to me. But one of the biggest ones is the UC Fund came walking in July. Did not present themselves to the Big Ten. It happened in July. July is just a couple of months ago. July. This thing has only been going on for 3 months at the most when it comes to the UC fund. So that is how quickly things can change. In the reporting, the Big 12 has said they've gone down this road 2 different times. Well, maybe the Big 12 is going down a third road. Maybe the Big 12 has their own public capital investment ready to invest in the conference and the SEC. The SEC's probably got a bidding war going on if this thing happens. Because all this outside money, be it an investment fund that is control of endowment money or be private equity, whatever, all this money on the outside looks at all of this college football, college sports as an undervalued asset. So they think a 20-year deal with the Big Ten is easy peasy. They think this putting out $2.4 billion that they're going to end up making $3.6, $4.8 billion at the end of it. And the Big Ten is looking at it like, okay, we definitely need a cash infusion. We don't want to be cutting any sports. Our costs are rising. And we can leverage, we can make this Big Ten Enterprises an actual thing. So I think we're going to see more. If this happens on Monday or Tuesday, it's the first one in the pool and others will be joining. The other most fascinating part about this, besides the UC fund happening in July, the other equity firms have been talking well before July. But the other thing is, what does the ACC do? What do the schools in the ACC do? You can see what the Southeastern Conference, the Southeastern Conference is going to have they're going to have multiple options. There's going to be a massive, the SC, don't worry about the Southeastern Conference. The Big 12 might have to wait a little bit to see if the Big 10 acts anytime soon. And if they don't act on expansion, then that's going to give a heads up to Kansas and Utah and maybe a possible other schools. But the question is, what does the ACC do? Honestly, who's going to invest in a conference in which the pathway is there for schools to get out of, to pay $120 million, $129 million in another year, and the number goes down to $75 million. And then you look at the fact, look, this is what I think is going to happen. This is what I think is going to happen. If the deal happens, now a lot of you are going to say, Greg, you're a homer, you're a Big Ten homer, Greg, you're horrible, blah, blah. I know, Greg, that you've ripped on the Big Ten twice in the last couple of weeks. Good for you, Greg, good for you, but you are a Big Ten homer, because I'm going to say something that is pro Big Ten. So if you don't want to hear it, hit the mute button. If the Big Ten does this deal, I happen to think that expansion becomes more likely for more than one reason. But one of the biggest reasons is I think the Big Ten gains even more leverage over the Big Ten candidates. I know that sounds harsh. I know that sounds whatever evil concept you want to throw at me. I'm guilty of it all, I guess. But I think the Big Ten I think they have a higher leverage. They can, through the UC Fund, the UC Fund's going to do evaluation on like a Georgia Tech, for example, or a Miami, for example. And the Big Ten's going to do an evaluation. They're going to come together and they're going to say, UCF Fund, if you give Miami $120 million, you're going to have to give Miami $120 million to keep your 10% stake, because Miami's going to increase the value of the entire conference by such and such over the next 20 years. But then the Big Ten's going to go to Miami and say, yeah, $120 million, you're not going to get the $120 million. You're only going to get $80 million. Use that $80 million for half of your buyout, and we're going to split up the other $40 million. There's different ways to grease everybody's skids. That $80 million helps Miami. Miami going to the P2 helps Miami. And then other things helps the Big Ten in return. But basically, I think it gives more leverage to the Big Ten Conference, because the ACC schools they're going to realize they're going to fall a little bit further behind. The middle of the conference is going to fall further behind of the middle of the Big Ten. The bottom of the ACC conference is going to fall further behind the bottom of the Big Ten. Eventually, that doesn't help your Florida States, your Clemson, and your Miamis, and your North Carolina. And I think they're going to be more willing, more aggressive to try to get into the P2. The other alternative is the ACC schools. Let's say that Pete Thamel's reporting is correct. Let's say it becomes less likely that the Big Ten expands. I don't think that's correct, but let's say it is. Then I think we're going into a world in which it is highly likely that the ACC schools, the top branded schools, do one of two things. One is that they pull the trigger on doing what was part of that ACC settlement, in which they form a contracted, a more condensed, a reimagined ACC conference with the top 8 or 10 brands. They spend the $75 million to get out of, or whatever that is, 75, it's 50%, right? About $80 million, according to that settlement, to get out as quick as possible out of the ACC to form a one-sport conference, per the settlement. So a Miami, a Florida State, a Clemson, a North Carolina, Virginia Tech, a Duke, a Louisville, 8, 9, 10 schools get together. They form a one-sport football conference. They name it something else. They do have a cash investment, a public investment ready to come in to help them pay for that exit fee. And then they get their new media rights and off they go, instead of staying in the current ACC. It's one or two things. The ACC schools basically lower whatever they were thinking they were going to get from the SEC and the Big Ten. Maybe they have to lower their expectations a little bit to get in there, or they form their own conference. Or the top brands of the ACC get together with the top brands of the Big 12. But anyways, a lot of fascinating developments are going to be at least rumored, put out there. A lot of trial balloons are going to be put out there if the Big Ten actually pulls the trigger next week and does this deal. Let me get to some super chats. I appreciate it so very much. Kerry Gold knows. Thank you, kind sir. Mr. Seminole, $2 holler. How about you guys help out with pitching in at least $2 holler? It will all add up. Gold knows. Go Seminoles. Thank you, Kerry Gold knows. I do appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the kind words and all of your generosity. Thank you so very much. Missouri, Ahmed Hardy. We got a 2nd and 4. We got a 2nd and 4. Let's go. Let's go. That is a low camera angle. There goes Pribula. First down. All the way down to the 42-yard line. Here comes the Missouri Tigers. Here comes the... This is an absolute lock. This is an absolute lock. If you're standing up, you better sit down. If you sit down, you better be standing up, because the Missouri Tigers are going to blow the doors off the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's an absolute lock. Pribula back to pass. He rolls out. He's going to run it. Couple more yards. 2nd and 6. 2nd and 6. Let's go. Let's go. Dellinger talks about 2 Fox media deals. One that ends in 2030, but a second Fox deal that ends in 2037. What is the other? The Fox. Now, this is really confusing. Fox has control of the media negotiations. Hardy breaks another tackle, first down. I'm telling you, we said it at the beginning of the show, pregame. Hardy was going to break how many tackles today? Did I say 5 million? I don't know what quite the number, but he's going to break off tackles left and right. First down, Missouri at Alabama's 49-yard line. It is a keeper. It is a keeper. Oh, what a run! Down to the 15-yard line. Pribula. They're gashing the Crimson Tide. They're absolutely gashing them. Fox, unlike other conferences with their number one media provider, Fox has control of the Big Ten Network and has control of the negotiations when it comes to Tier 1, in concert with the commissioner and the Big Ten, of course. That control officially goes away. Complete! Touchdown! Missouri!
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Northfleet!
Touchdown!
We talked about Northfleet in our Spotlight series on the Missouri Tigers. Missouri goes right down the football field. This is an absolute lock, baby. Absolute lock. Let's go. Let's go. Bam. 7-0. 7-0. Duzo has waited for this game since forever. Let's go. That's the best way I can describe it. Now, we happen to believe here at Peek Around the Corner, there may be other things in the works in which the relation with the structure of the Big Ten media deal might change. But we'll get into that later. A lot of things are going right. A lot of things are percolating. Greg the Gold is right. Absolutely I am. Absolutely. I'm on a roll, baby. I am on a roll. This is going to be a Missouri blowout. Not a blowout. But Missouri is going to win this game. Absolutely. It's all lining up, guys. Alabama favored by 3.5. I don't think so. Ahmed Hardy, Pribula, Norfleet, touchdown. All right. Alabama has the ball at the 22-yard line. First down and 10. Simpson hands it off. Got nothing there. Got nothing. It's going to be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10. Oliver Robbins gets nothing. Second and 10, Alabama. Ohio State's got the ball in Illinois territory. That game has begun. Simpson shotgun. Oh, it's a bubble screen. There's nothing there. A big loss. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. That's all I got to say. Missouri is going to make a big statement today. A big, massive statement. Carnell Tate sits in the zone, saying, finds them, first down, Buckeyes. Okay, Missouri, jumbo formation here. They're going to, Alabama, jumbo formation, man in motion. Helmer Hennessy. Thanks for the game, Greg. Who do you have? Who do you have? There must have been a penalty on Missouri because they gave first down to Alabama. I got too excited. Helmer Hennessy, Super Chat, thank you for the $5 holler. Wow, Bo Jackson, Buckeyes. My goodness. Bo Jackson is one of those guys who's going to be a lot better at the end of the season than he is even today. He's getting his feet under him. And he's been brilliant so far this season, averaging over 8 yards a rush. So let's not get it twisted. Bo Jackson has been brilliant, but he's not even... This Buckeye team, thank God. Let me say thank you to the maroon gold God, maroon and gold God in the sky. Thank you, Big Ten. First down, Alabama. Wow, what a throw. What a throw. First down, Bama. Let me thank the Big Ten for not requiring the Gophers to play the Buckeyes twice this season. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. First down, Bama. Wow. Okay. Helmer Hennessy. Thanks for the game coverage, Greg. Who do you have winning tonight, Michigan or USC? I've got USC. But you know what? I think that's a crazy game. Ty Simpson with an easy 9-yard run. It's going to be second and short for Alabama. That game, if you say to me, Helmer, if you say to me, Greg, I think that's going to be a high-scoring game, I would say, yeah, I think you're right, Helmer. But if tomorrow, Helmer, you come to me and say, Greg, I think that's going to be a low-scoring game, I'd probably say, yeah, I think you're right, Helmer. I don't know which way this game's going to go. I know USC's defense has not been good again this year. First down, Bama. But Michigan can get into those ruts on offense. And I know Michigan's defense has been very good once again this year, but USC's offense can overcome a good defense. So I don't know if they're both going to score high with each other, go down a bit. I think it's going to be a close game, but I'm taking the Trojans. But I really do not know. Is that going to be a 19-17 game or 39-37 game? Oh, almost an interception. Wow. Ty Simpson goes in the end zone. Missouri could have picked that off. I've got USC. Expedition Greg, next week we take on those evil Badgers. Take them out. Take them out, Buckeye. If that is the game you lose this year, I am going to flip out, Expedition Greg. Take out the evil Badgers. Stephen Vitt, not thrilled with North Carolina State, but they're 4-2. Does Notre Dame just crush them? Good question. I think they will. I think Notre Dame's going to crush basically everybody on their schedule, except for USC. But I think Notre Dame's going to beat USC. I think Notre Dame is going to right the ship, and I think they're going to be probably in the playoffs. Sorry, guys. I think they're going to go in there as 10-2. Ooh, that's offside. Free play, Alabama. It's going to be first down, Alabama. They're in the red zone. First down, Bama. Bama is looking to punch it in to tie this game back up at 7-7. Can they get it done? After they punch it in or not punch it in, we are going to go through the scores thus far here early on a Saturday afternoon. The Buckeyes have kicked a field goal. The Buckeyes are up 3-0. Pittsburgh has a first and goal at the Florida State's 10-yard line. Bama gets a couple of yards. It's going to be second down and goal at the 6. Mason Heinzschel, the true freshman quarterback of the Pittsburgh Panthers. Pittsburgh has scored. Mason Heinzschel is 5 for 5, 44 yards. He's doing it again, ladies and gentlemen. The Pittsburgh Panthers have their quarterback of today and for the future. My goodness. Ty Simpson back to pass. Easy touchdown. Wide open in the middle. And the Alabama Crimson Tide have about to tie the game up.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
All right. All right. I see what you did there, Alabama. I see what you did there. You got yourself back in the game. Congratulations. Congratulations for getting yourself back in the game. Cincinnati throws a bomb. Touchdown. The Cincinnati Bearcats take a quick 7-0 lead over the UCF. Getting back to the scores here. Pittsburgh up 7-0. Missouri and Alabama, 7-7. Buckeyes, 3. Illinois, 0. Washington State, Ole Miss later on. Indiana, Oregon, 3:30 Eastern Time on CBS. 7th-ranked Indiana Hoosiers versus the 3rd-ranked Oregon Ducks. Holy smokes. The Red River Rivalry. Oklahoma, Texas. It is called the All-State Red River Rivalry, by the way. The sponsorship, All-State. Oklahoma, Texas. John Mateer looks like he is going to play. How limited is John Mateer going to be? Now, the limitations aren't going to be with his legs, right? He had a hand injury. He had hand surgery. So John Mateer, with his great legs, running around, making yards, making plays, scrambling, avoid the rush, all that's going to be there in his game. But how is his throwing, passing going to be against the Longhorns? We're going to find out. Georgia Tech, rambling wreck, 13th in the country. Virginia Tech later on. Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish in North Carolina State. Peacock, 3:30 Eastern Time. Can Iowa State recover from that loss? Playing the Colorado Buffaloes. Arkansas, Tennessee. And for whatever reason, I do not know what's going on. That line has been dropping. Does anybody know? Is there injuries? Yeah, are the Volunteers, are they piling up injuries for the Arkansas game? Let me know. We do know that there was a couple of injuries for Florida State headed in to their game against Pittsburgh with their wide receivers. We do know that there's been a rash of injuries for the Michigan State Spartans for today. But is there a rash of injuries for the Volunteers? Texas A&M and Florida. Big SEC matchup at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Kansas, are they going to take their one shot at Texas Tech? Can Kansas actually get ahead of the Red Raiders? Can Kansas make the Red Raiders sweat? Can Kansas, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, make the Texas Tech Red Raiders face some adversity in this 2025 regular season? We're going to find out. The Georgia Bulldogs, Auburn Tigers. Auburn hasn't beaten Georgia in a while. 7:30 Eastern Time, ABC, USC and Michigan. I don't know which way this game's going to go. The total's 56.5. I don't know if it's going to end up at 80 points or 30 points. It could go either way, in my opinion. South Carolina, LSU. This is LSU's time. LSU must, at home, beat up on the Gamecocks. If they do not, then I think LSU Tigers, I don't know if they're going to be able to get it to another gear. LSU Tigers defense is going to cause incredible havoc in this game for Lenore Sellers. The Gamecocks offensive line is horrific. LSU should be able to get short fields for the Tigers offense. LSU needs to put up some points. The offense needs to do it, get it done today. 7:45 Eastern Time on the SEC Network. Arizona, BYU. Once again, BYU on the road, and they've been a very good road team this year. Arizona State, Utah. Jeff Sims is going to be the starter for the Arizona State Sun Devils. I think that gives great advantage to the Utah Utes. So those are some of the games that are going on. Missouri hands it off, Ahmed Hardy. It's going to be third and about four for Ahmed Hardy, the great running back. The great running back for the Missouri Tigers. We've got a generous super chat. Ryan Willie, Pubula, going deep. Throws it out of bounds. The Evil Badger, Ryan Willie. Greg, how can the SEC be better than the Big Ten? They don't play defense. The Southeastern Conference plays defense, Ryan. They play very good defense. I think the Southeastern Conference is a little bit better than the Big Ten. I think the gap has closed over the last couple of years. I don't think there's any question about that. Overall, I think the Southeastern Conference is better than the Big Ten. I will say the Big Ten is a whole lot better than what most of the PATC family thinks they are. But I don't think they're as good as the Southeastern Conference. But the gap has closed, especially the Big Ten's quarterbacks are very good this year. Overall, excellent quarterbacks, and they're young, very picked out by the Buckeyes. The ball was tipped. The Buckeyes defense creates a turnover. Buckeyes football at the Illini 35-yard line. Luke Altmaier interception. That is the Buckeyes defense for you. That's my opinion, Ryan. But you know what? If people think the SEC is not as good as the Big Ten, okay? If people think the Big 12 is better than the Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten, that's fine. Very subjective. I just think the Southeastern Conference is a little bit better. But the gap has closed. Thank you for the $5 holla. Ryan Willie, I very much appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, very kind. Thank you, Ryan Willie, the evil Badger. Ohio State interception. Yep, on a tip ball. Vox Quindaro. Kansas has nothing to lose. But can they play like that? Can they get loose? Can the Jayhawks get loose? There's no worries. There's no pressure. All the pressure is on the Red Raiders. Just go in there, execute, listen to your head coach. Get it done, Kansas. Get it done. C.J. Donaldson with the carry for the Buckeyes. Christopher Hooter, agree, LSU must roll tonight. Or it's about next year already. I don't know about that, but again, Christopher, as we've talked about, you are allowed to get better during the season. Your offense is allowed to get better during the season. So, big first down by C.J. Donaldson. So, this is the time for LSU to show that they are getting better on offense. And I think they're going to have a lot of opportunities to score points against South Carolina. South Carolina don't have a running game. South Carolina don't have an offensive line. LSU should be able to at least slow down Nick Harbor. I mean, Lenore Sellers can't be running for his life all day long. I think South Carolina has been probably the most disappointing team in the Southeastern Conference this year. That game against Kentucky, that was a bunch of crazy plays, and South Carolina took, it's been the other games that South Carolina, they have underperformed. And I think they're going to underperform tonight. I think LSU is finally going to get it going. Numbskull News, there's a tear in my beer, and in the huddle is John Mateer. Wow. Thank you, Numbskull News, for dropping on in. John Mateer, he's going to play. His there's nothing wrong with his legs. He's going to be trying to make plays with his legs, avoid the rush, roll out. But it's all about his hand. How is this? He has that quick delivery, right? Bam, he throws it at different angles. Is he going to be able to do all of that with his surgically repaired hand? I don't know. I do not know, but we're going to find out together. Boy, that is a great throw by Ty Simpson. And the receiver got absolutely hammered. The receiver is down. He's down. And the flags have come out. The receiver got crushed. The receiver has not moved. I do not know who that receiver is. Wow, we've got an injury on the field. Praying for that young man. Holy smokes. Praying for that young man. C.J. Donaldson, touchdown, Buckeyes. Maybe UCLA just had an entirely worse coaching staff because they look like another team now. If you look at Michigan State, UCLA is up 10-7 right now. Michigan State, as we mentioned earlier today, the Spartans have an unbelievable rash of injuries that are going on. Their availability report read like War and Peace. It was over 400 pages long. The Spartans are not Michigan State as they were at the beginning of the season. And I don't know how good they were, probably somewhere a little bit lower than average in the Big Ten. But right now, that is a unit, a team that is being crushed by injuries. And UCLA, got to give them credit for taking advantage of it. The Bruins up 10-7. Numbskull News, Big Ten equity deal equals money whip Notre Dame. First of all, it's not an equity deal. It's a public capital deal. But obviously, if this happens, Numbskull News, if this happens, if the deal happens on a Monday or Tuesday, if the vote happens on a Monday or Tuesday, and if it goes through, like Fox Front Office Sports says potentially the vote is going to happen on a Monday or Tuesday, you know that there is going to be a pre-programmed money total for Notre Dame for them to look at. If Notre Dame decides to join the conference, they're probably going to get that top-tiered media revenue. The media rights are going to be tiered. Notre Dame's going to get the top-tier stake percentage of the conference. If Notre Dame joins the conference, UC Investments, they probably know how much money that they're going to have to cash infused into Notre Dame for UC Investments to keep that 10% stake. I would believe that all this would already be part of the deal. If Notre Dame comes in, if Miami comes in, if North Carolina comes in, this is what is expected from UC Investments if they want to keep 10% of their stake. And this is what is expected from the other schools in the league when it comes to possibly having their stakes percentages change just a little bit. I think the numbers would be at least somewhat in the framework of Miami knowing, or North Carolina, Virginia, Notre Dame knowing what they're probably going to have to give up in the negotiations. Like maybe they won't get all the infusion cash. Maybe that goes to the Big Ten Conference, a little bit of the schools or whatever. I think that has to all be part of the deal. If you are doing a grant of rights all the way to 2046, and the investment fund believes that the Big Ten is undervalued and it's going to grow, the expansion part of it, the expansion has to be part of it. I don't mean it has to happen, but I mean the discussions and how the mechanism and how it would work, all that has to be part of this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And for Numbskull News, Notre Dame would have to be at the very top of everything. And they would bring more money into the conference, right? So can Notre Dame turn that down? If Notre Dame does turn that down, well, then Notre Dame's not joining the Big Ten, because unless the ACC completely implodes and they don't have a home for their Olympic sports. But this is, I don't know. I think it would be awfully difficult for Notre Dame to turn it down, because they're not going to be able to keep up. Yeah, they can get their own private equity deal. They can get their own sponsorship logo deals and jerseys and all that. But when you bundle that content together, it becomes more valuable. It's a less of a risk to the media partner. It's a less of a risk to the investment firm. It's just more money, usually, when you bundle up the content. That's why the Southeastern Network was more valuable than the Longhorn Network, because you got all that content, you got all that live content, you bundle it up together. The media partners, Disney, everybody, they like that. There's more stability in that. There's more value in that than a standalone. I don't know how much longer the Notre Dame football independent standalone can keep surviving like it is. It's an incredible brand of unbelievable value. Maybe they can. I doubt it. I'm in the minority, though. I'm in the minority. I understand that. Buckeyes up 10-0. Bama, 16-yard line. We got a super chat. Greg, I want the Badgers to keep losing, so they can't justify keeping the Buckeye-ass head coach. Oh, he's calling him the Buckeye. He's calling Luke Fickell the Buckeye. Yes, this evil Badger said what the other evil Badgers fans feel about Luke Fickell. Holy smokes. Ryan Willie has come out firing. Ryan Willie has come out firing. He's calling Luke Fickell that Buckeye, that Bearcat, that Ohioan. Is that how you say Ohioan? I want the Badgers to keep losing. Well, they're probably going to keep losing, because look at that schedule, man. Look at that schedule. The team is down. The fascinating, hey Buckeyes, I know you're a great football team, okay? I get it. You got a historic defense. I get it. But man, do you guys get away with a lot of holding in the secondary. Holy smokes. That is called, if that Buckeye player had the maroon and gold uniform on, the flag would be flying like this. There'd be 6 flags out there. Man, the Buckeyes get away with murder. You don't need to get away with murder. Come on, refs. You could throw a flag against the Buckeyes Anyways, Ryan Willie. Yeah, that was pass interference. Of course it was. Man, oh man, the Buckeyes, look, they've already got the best team. It's okay if you throw a flag. It's all right. The world ain't going to come to an end. Ryan Willie, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for your generosity. I very much appreciate it. Ty Simpson dumping it out to the slot. First down and 15. It's going to be about a 2nd and 11. 2nd and 10. 29 seconds to go in the first quarter. Alabama looking to take over their first lead of the game. We're all over the place here on this watch party. It is different today, right? With this Big Ten possibility happening, and then the Big 12 going to follow up, and the SEC is going to follow up. They're going to have their own deals. I don't know what's going to happen in the ACC. The rumors are going to be numbskull news. There's going to be so much. There is going to be so much turmoil and things in the water. There's going to be so much drama. It's going to be really hard to navigate. Whew. Numbskull news. I'm with you on Notre Dame. Too much money to leave on the table. Now, I think Numbskull News and I would agree that Notre Dame can get their own private equity deal or private capital investment deal. And it would be huge, right? But remember, in this deal with the Big Ten, it's been reported that Big Ten schools can still do their own private equity or investment deal, whatever you want to call it. They can still do their own deal. But there are going to be certain items that are going to be involved in this, like the main logo on the jersey is probably in the hands of the Big Ten enterprises. The main logo on the football field is probably going to be in the hands of the Big Ten enterprises. Can Michigan add their own logo? Can Purdue add their own logo? Yes, yes, yes. Probably smaller deals, but the bigger deals are going to be with the Big Ten enterprises. And the thought is, when you're doing a big deal with a big brand, Coca-Cola, whatever it is, you've got 18 schools, the money is going to be enormous, and a standalone school is not going to be able to keep up with that. But yeah, Notre Dame's going to be able to do their own deals. But look, right now, today, as big as Notre Dame is, huge brand, valuable brand. No one questions any of this. Even today, Notre Dame's Tier 1 money does not match the Big Ten Tier 1 money. They do not match the SEC Tier 1 money. And the reason for that is because it's more risky to take a standalone entity on a media deal like that. Because in the Big Ten, the Southeastern Conference, the Big 12, right? You know that no matter what happens in conference play, there's going to be some games of interest during the season. Because that's how it is in conference play. You can have teams rise to the top. Notre Dame, if they suffer a few losses early in the season, if they have a not a very good season, those viewership numbers, those ad rates, it all comes tumbling down because they're a standalone product. It's a lot riskier for a media company, an investment fund, anybody to go right in with a standalone entity like Notre Dame. Even though they're incredibly valuable, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth most valuable athletic department in the nation. So I agree. We'll see what happens, Numbskull News. Flugar, are you saying that if the Big Ten makes investment deal, the Big Ten expansion is over? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite of that. However, there are people that disagree with me. This is Pete Thamel's report yesterday. The deal would call for an extension of the league's grant of rights to 2046. Alabama's got a 3rd and 12 in the red zone of Missouri, 3rd and 12. Providing long-term stability and making further expansion in any chance league schools leave for the formation of a so-called Super League unlikely. Further expansion is unlikely, according to Pete Thamel, if this happens. Does he know something that we do not know? Does he know something that other reporters do not know? Does he know something that the money purchase and the chatter behind the curtain people? What a throw! Ty Simpson, touchdown. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Touchdown!
Oh no.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
That was a bona fide. That was. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think we're heading towards this.
I know you told your friend you're not okay.
I think we're
Tell
in
me
trouble.
what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way.
I think Ty Simpson is
a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade
I need to edit out all those negative things I said about Ty Simpson in the
I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to edit out all the negative things I said about Ty Simpson during the off season. All the questions I had for Ty Simpson. He is showing an extreme high level of quality that I had no idea that he had that game. Wow. Okay. Southeastern Conference. I'm sorry to say this to the Auburn Tigers, to the LSU Tigers, to the Georgia Bulldogs, to the Tennessee Volunteers, to the Florida Gators, and everybody in between. You are in trouble. You are in trouble. Vox Quindaro is telling me to calm down. That throw scares me, my friend. That was a legit. Look at Pibula. God, that guy's a thoroughbred, man. Pibula is a freaky athlete. What a freak. But that throw, Vox Quindaro, come on, man. That throw. Tom DeBay, Simpson has looked legit for sure. Super impressed by him in the Georgia game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is the football game. Ahmed Hardy, Missouri running it. Alabama throwing it. Buckle up, baby. Buckle up. Rico says Bama can't run. The architect. Bama has been attacking through the air. I'm not sure about their run game this year. Rico, they better hope their wide receivers stay healthy. Tony says, I'm glad the Gophers don't play UCLA. I don't know what my guy. What? How's our Gophers going to do against the Spoilermakers today? I don't know. Again, I think we're going to score points. I think we're going to give up a lot of points. So, Vox Quindaro trying to calm me down. Make no mistake. He dropped, he planted, he delivered on time and on target, but it happens. Vox Quindaro is not a Simpson believer. Not yet. Not yet. We need this one, Greg. Oh, yeah, we need it. There's no question we need it. There's no question the Gophers need to win today. It doesn't mean much, though. I mean, you know, we need a lot of things at Minnesota, but we rarely get those things. We've needed to win a national hockey championship for the longest time, but we don't get it. And here's another thing about the Buckeyes. Yeah, they've got great wide receivers. That's a completion, by the way, to Jeremiah Smith. They've got great wide receivers. They've got great everything. But that quarterback is so damn accurate. Julian Sayin is so accurate. I mean, good Lord. I don't want to get the Buckeye fans mad at me, but I know you loved your beloved quarterback yet last year. He led you to the national championship game. He led you to the national championship. I get it. He's going to be a part of Buckeye lore. But this quarterback's better. You know that, right? The Buckeyes quarterback this year is better than last year. And now that you got Bo Jackson running around, I don't know how much you miss of the two great running backs you had last year in Travion Henderson and Judkins. Ryan Matson, I'm going to the Gophers game tonight. Matson, bring us home a victory. Bring us home a victory. Just bring us home a victory. That is your one job, Matson. One job in life to bring us home a victory. 1st and 10, Missouri. Sky Yuma. Pibula. Interception. No. He dropped it. He dropped it. He dropped it. Julian Sayin's accuracy is frightening. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the Buckeyes have enough things going for them. Why do they have to have a quarterback that completes 80% of his passes and he throws it where the receiver can make a move after he catches it? Nope, it's Skyuma, not Skiuma. I think they say Skiuma on that video game. It's Skyuma. Sky is the reason why Skyuma became a Gopher saying, tagline, whatever you want to call it, is because sometime in the Pubula goes down on a sack, but we do have a flag. We might have holding. It's a sack. Alabama up 14-7. Early in the 1900s, University of Minnesota students were sitting on the banks of the Mississippi River. As they were going to classes, they were sitting on the bank of the Mississippi River, and they saw some Dakota Indians having a canoe race with each other across the river. And the first canoe that would hit the shores across the river, the Dakota Indians would get up and say, sky. Sky, sky, sky. Almost another interception by the Buckeyes. So they would yell out sky. The University of Minnesota students thought that meant victory. So Ma is the Dakota Indians' way of saying Minnesota at the time. So Ski-U-Mah is Victory University of Minnesota. Ski-U-Mah is Victory University of Minnesota. But it was later learned that Sky was not victory. It was more like yay, rah, like more like yippee. That's what the Dakota meant by sky. Yay, 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 sky, sky, sky. But, you know, they didn't change it. Ski-U-Mah, Victory University, Minnesota, yay, University, whatever. So that is how it was, that is how that all came about. Early 1900s. Alabama is moving the ball again, 14-7. And the Dakota Indians is what we used to refer to among among the European settlers and whatever, the Sioux Indians. But they want to be called Dakota Indians, and so that's what they're called, Dakota Indians. 3rd and 4, 36-yard line. Bama up 7. Simpson running that ball, man, does he look great. And he goes down hard. He hit the ground hard. Alabama's got a 43-yard line to Missouri. Whoever said Missouri was going to win this game is a complete moron. Absolute complete moron. Ty Simpson is wheeling and dealing. Jeremiah Smith is growing out of his wide receiver frame. I wonder if Ohio State will move him to tight end. Geez, can you imagine him at tight end with that speed? I don't think anybody wants him blocking play after play after play. Yeah, he's an absolute beast, Sean. I don't know. He's going to be an incredible NFL football player. Yep, Howard had a hell of a college resume, no question about it. Took Kansas State to the Big 12 championship. Took Ohio State to the national championship. Yep. I'm just saying that Julian Sain is a better talent. He is. Yep, I get that, Expedition Greg. I completely understand that. Jeremiah Smith back for one more season. We got a second down, Alabama. Missouri is in trouble. Missouri is in trouble early. Early, they're in trouble. Third and 4, Bama. Simpson. Sacked. Missouri's defense finally made a play. Bama's probably going to have to go for like a 48-yard field goal. 48-yard field goal. I think. Big sack for the Tigers. UCLA is up 24-7 over Michigan State. Holy smokes. The Buckeyes defense is amazing. But Illinois has the football here. It's good. Alabama field goal. Seven. Oh boy. Missouri, man, I thought you got. We can't give up yet. We can't give up yet. Joe Rossi defense is in trouble today. Michigan State has injuries. Michigan State, just check out their availability report today. It reads like War and Peace. UCLA is on fire since they fired the head coach. Stephen McNeely, say what you want about James Franklin, but he single-handedly resurrected the UCLA football program. Pitt is up 14-7. Thank you, Ryan Willie. Getting some audio breakup. Really? Is everybody else getting the audio breakup? Let me see if I can clean something up here. Hold on. We're going to go through the other scores real quick here. Oregon beat Penn State twice. Okay, I'm going to have to do something else here. Hold on. We've got a little bit of a problem. Okay. All right. Okay, Missouri, you got to respond here. You've got to come out here. You got to drive the football field. You have to respond. Fourth and 7. Are they saying that he came from out of bounds and did not establish himself back in? The punter was down on the ground. His knee was down when he caught the football. I think so. That is Buckeyes football, Illinois territory. Yep, he's down. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Let's go through some of these football games. Incomplete, Missouri. It's going to be 3rd and 8. They got to convert this 3rd and 8 here. Got to convert it. Let's go. Let's go, Missouri. Come on now. 3rd and 8. ACC. Pittsburgh is up 14-7 over the Seminoles. 6:55 to go in the second quarter. Remember, Mike Norvell's ACC record as the head coach of Florida State is 20-22. He cannot no longer avoid, he's got to avoid these losses. Mike Norvell is going to be in a lot of trouble if they lose yet another game here at home. 14-7, Pittsburgh. SMU 10, Stanford 0. And then you got the rest of the ACC games coming up later today. But the big game right now in the ACC is Pittsburgh is up 14-7. And Missouri did lose the ball, or did they recover that fumble? Missouri is punting it. So, in the Big 12, Cincinnati Bearcats 14, UCF 0. And looks like UCF might be kicking a field goal here to take a 17-point lead. The Bearcats are 2-0 in the Big 12, looking to go 3-0 in the Big 12. You've got the Houston Cougars, 4-1 overall, 1-1 in the Big 12, up over the Oklahoma State Cowboys, 17-10. Can the Cougars get a Big 12 road victory? That is what's going on in the Big 12 right now, currently. In the Big 10, the Buckeyes have a 10-0 lead over the Fighting Illini. Bet Illinois has the football at the Fighting Illini 28-yard line. UCLA 24, Michigan State 7. The Spartans are looking to go 0-3 in the Big 10. 24-7, UCLA. My goodness. Indiana, Oregon, Northwestern, Penn State, Nebraska, Maryland, and the rest of the other football games later on in the Big 10. And what is going on in the Southeastern Conference? Well, you've got Alabama up 17-7, and they are showing their superiority over the Missouri Tigers. Greg the Gold has made a fool of himself once again. Alabama up 17-7. driving on the Missouri Tigers. Ole Miss 0. Washington State 0. Washington State has the ball at the Ole Miss 44-yard line with 3:22 to go in the first quarter. So not a whole lot of games going on early. Not a whole lot of games going on early this season. I mean, early today. Again, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Turn on those notifications. I appreciate it. Smash the like button if you like our content. Anthony Carlson, he's at the football game. He's at the football game. Tell me about it, Greg. I'm here watching this disaster. Well, thank you, first of all, Anthony Carlson, Mr. Sparty, for being a member for 18 months of this channel. Cloak and Dagger member for 18 months. You are hereby, my friend. You are officially knighted Cloak and Dagger once again. Anthony Carlson, if you take a look at the Michigan State availability report, it looks like war and peace. There are so many guys injured, not playing, not available for the Spartans. So it's very difficult to overcome that. But thank you, Anthony Carlson, for being a member for 18 months. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. Thank you so very much. Tight end, touchdown, Florida State. Stephen McNeely, AMAC, Florida State. They've tied it up at 14. They've tied it up. Coy is in the house. Jeff Olson was at the Nebraska-Michigan State game last weekend. 13-0 Buckeyes. They tack on a field goal. It looked like it's a 31-yard field goal. Okay. Again, at halftime of the Alabama-Missouri game, I'm going to be taking a 15 to 20 minute break, and I hope to see you back here in the second half. At halftime, I'll be taking a 15 to 20 minute break. We do have some breaking news here at PATC, Peek Around the Corner. The Washington State Cougars on the road late in the first quarter have taken a 7-0 lead over the 4th-ranked Ole Miss Rebels. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that game. Ole Miss Rebels at home, have gone down 7-0. My goodness. Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback of Ole Miss, who started the season as their 3rd stringer, but playing very good football. I think this is his 3rd or 4th game as a starter, is 5 of 9 for 51 yards. 5 of 9 for 51 yards. 7-0 Washington State. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Houston Cougars with the touchdown. Connor Weigman. The Houston Cougars have put up 24 points against Oklahoma State, leads 24-10. in the first half. Cincinnati's up 17-0 over UCF in the first half in Big 12 play. That looks like a completion from Missouri. How does PE impact Big Ten expansion? I would not call this private equity. This is a public capital investment. They're going to be a passive minority investor of the Big Ten. I think big play Missouri. Roberts, big time run. I believe that was a run. Big gain, big play for Missouri. Holy smokes. They're already down to the Alabama's 31-yard line, 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes and 20 to go in the first half. I happen to think it makes it easier and it speeds up the timeline, Mr. Monkey says. But I say that when I don't really know the full details of this deal, if it happens. Like, I don't know all the details, obviously. None of us do. We're just going off the reports. From what we can tell right now, I would say it's easier. The people I talk to think it would be easier. The timetable could be sped up. And I went through all that in the live show yesterday and the day before. And we're going to go through that in the live shows Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because, guys, if there could be a potential vote from the presidents on Monday or Tuesday of this week, according to Front Office Sports. Presidents of the Big Tens are potentially voting on the investment Monday or Tuesday. So we are going to be talking a lot about this. However, Mr. Monkey says, I believe it makes it easier, but ESPN, Pete Thamel does not. The report from yesterday, the deal would call for an extension of the league's granted rights to 2046, providing long-term stability and making further expansion unlikely. I don't understand why that would be. Again, we'll talk about it more later tomorrow on our Aftermath show and Monday and Tuesday, of course. Maybe there's something in this public investment deal that's going to make it more difficult, but we shall see. He was referring to a Rudy League, yeah. But Jose, he was referring to making further expansion and any chance league schools leave for the formation of a so-called Super League. Both. So I think Pete Thamel was talking about three things. One, provides long-term stability for the Big Ten. Number two, making it more difficult, unlikely for further conference expansion of the Big Ten, and makes it more unlikely that any of the schools leave for a Super League. Maybe no expansion without Notre Dame. Could be. I don't follow it. I don't understand it either, the architect. But I'm just saying, maybe there's something there that Pete Thamel knows that, you know, maybe something has changed. Maybe, I don't know. Well, first of all, we'll see what if the deal happens, and then what are the details of the deal. And maybe there's going to be a line written in there. I don't know, guys. I don't know. All right, we're at the 2-minute timeout. 17-7 Alabama. Missouri is driving. Here we go. 2nd and 4. Hardy bounces it out, and there's nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and 3. You've got 2 downs to make first down here. You got to go for it on 4th down. If you don't lose any yardage on 3rd down, you got to go for it on 4th down. Missouri Tigers have got to line it up. Well, hopefully I don't want to look at it. I do not want to look at it. Nope, I don't want to look at it. I am not looking at it. Yikes. Valentine, his leg got all scrambled up in there. Hardy breaks the tackle, bounces it out. Fumble! He fumbled it! No! First down, Bama. Or did it go out of bounds? We got to take a look at it. We got to take a look at it. It was stripped. Well, the ball was recovered out of bounds. The ball was recovered out of bounds. Yeah, he did not have it until he was out of bounds. That's Missouri football. That's Missouri's football. And he had a first down when he fumbled it. That's first down, Missouri. Let's go. Let's go. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Missouri's not toast. Missouri doesn't have a chance. They do have a chance. They do it. It's Missouri's football. They're going to go 4th and 1. He had first down. That's fine. That's fine. Give Hardy the rock right here on 4th and 1. This is it, baby. This is it. Line them up. Line them up. Line them up. Greg, stop at the rooting for Missouri. No, I'm not going to stop, Mr. Monkey says. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to lead them to victory. I am going to lead them to victory. Let's go. 4th and 1. Here we go. He got it. He got it. Let's go. Let's go. Good mark. Good mark. Are you singing today? Kay asked. I don't know if I'm going to sing today. I don't have. Nobody gave me a donation to sing if their team, the underdog team, won. So probably no singing. No money, no singing, as they say. This voice is not for free, my friends. The trauma that is caused by this voice is not for free. You got to pay to be traumatized. 17-7, Alabama. Missouri is 2nd and 10. The Buckeyes are knocking on the door at the 15-yard line. Hands off. They're fighting. Illini's defense is there. It's 13-0. Excuse me, Buckeyes. 13-0. Missouri, you got to score here. Pupula's going to keep it. Alabama's got all that snuffed out. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. Holding on Missouri. No pay, no pain. No pay, no joy either. Missouri, you're just giving up this opportunity right here. You're giving it up. Come on now. Dumps it off. Good play. Good play, Missouri. All right. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2.5. That's a big play by Missouri. 3rd and 2.5. Let's go here. No dollar, no holla. Absolutely correct. Numbskull News. Greg needs to sing. Well, you know what? You got to put down the loot. You got to put down the hard cash. 3rd and 3. This is the play of the game right here. Play of the game. The people are booing at halftime of the that might be a touchdown Buckeyes there. I think Bo got in. Bo Jackson got in. Touchdown Buckeyes. Pretty loud boos as Michigan State goes into halftime trailing 24-7. And they did not get it. It's 4th down. You got to kick a field goal. Kick the field goal. Be within 7 at half. Kick the field goal. Be within 7 at half. Don't go for this. Don't go for this, Eli Drinkwitz. There you go. Kick a field goal. I'm going to put up the field goal. I'm going to put it up. It's good. Before he kicks it, Greg the Goal is putting it up. Lock it in, guys. Lock it in. It is good. Don't worry about it. He's got it. Right through the uprights. 17-10. All right. Before I go for my break, before I go on my break here, 15 to 20 minute break, halftime. breaking news. 12 minutes and 16 seconds to go in the second quarter. Ole Miss, Trinidad Chambliss got sacked. Ole Miss missed a field goal, long field goal. Washington State now has a 23-yard gain. The Washington State Cougars have got the ball at Ole Miss's 41-yard line, up 7-0. The Ole Miss Rebels have not scored a point, and we're looking at closing in at 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. The Cougars are driving, 2nd and 8 at Ole Miss's 39-yard line. We are going to be keeping an eye on that football game. Again, I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break here, and I hope to see you guys back. Hope to see you all back here in the second half. All right, guys, see you in a little bit. Thanks for all for joining us. If you haven't done it yet, please subscribe to our channel and turn on those notifications. Smash the like button if you are enjoying this Alabama-Missouri watch party. I'll see you all in a little bit. Touchdown! I get back right on time. Holy smokes.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Here we go. Ty Simpson. Bo Pibula takes advantage. The Tigers. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 5-star Greg the Gold Lock. 17-17. Bill G, thank you so much. Wow. 5 gifted memberships by the incredible Bill G. Unbelievable generosity. My goodness. Thank you so much, Bill G. I appreciate it. Kirk Bender, John D, Mr. Seminoles, Suzanne Bajour, FSU 11, and Tide Guy. Thank you guys. You were gifted a membership by Bill G. When you get an opportunity, please say thank you to Bill G for his incredible generosity. All of you are now members. All of you are now members of our program. Officially knighted. Officially knighted. Cloak and Dagger. That means you can go to our library of episodes and watch all of them, including membership-only episodes. Early peak, Cloak and Dagger. Thank you, Bill G. Thank you for your incredible generosity once again. Very, very kind. Very kind. Giving out gift memberships every week, every month, every year. Bill G, thank you. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. 17-17. Bill G comes on in here. I come on in the studio right at the right time. Missouri turnover, punches it in. 17-17. Now we got a ball game. Now we got a ball game. During the halftime, while we're doing a little bit of checking around and everything, I'm reading these chats, and I gotta tell you, Mr. Monkey says does not like my pro Missouri show. It's disgusting. It's an abomination. I apologize, Mr. Monkey says. I apologize, but I'm in a tough spot here. Most of my college football playoff teams are struggling. Missouri was my surprise team, and they're actually performing as such. So I got to root for the Missouri Tigers. I have to. I don't have an option at this point. MH Artho, why would Michigan and the Buckeyes and USC want Big Ten private equity? No reason to give to the have-nots equal money. They haven't earned it. MH Ortho 12, I don't know if this is a troll job, if he's serious about this. First of all, it's not private equity. It's a public capital investment. Number 2, it's not equal money. And number 3, how can you put USC in with Michigan and Ohio? USC has earned it, but teams that have been in the conference for 100 years have not earned it. The have-nots that voted USC into the conference to rise up the value of they haven't earned it, but USC has earned it. How has USC earned it? I don't know if this is a troll job or just a complete misunderstanding of how valuable it is to be a Big Ten. The Big Ten Conference itself. My gosh. I'm hoping that's a troll job and you, yikes. That's all I got to say. Somehow Sean has the information that Michigan and USC want $7 million more than the rest. Okay, sure. Artho 12, well, Sean, I didn't know it was that much. It should be proportional, though. There's no PE deal. It's not a private equity deal. Michigan is not in favor of it all. Sean has this information, while the other reports coming out saying Michigan is warming up to the idea. Greg, what would your mom say? Mom's watching the game. That's all I can say. Mom is watching the game, hoping for an Alabama victory, 17-17. And Mom is, she doesn't care that I'm rooting for Missouri. She just wants her Alabama team to win. First down and 10, 17-17. Thank you all for joining us here in the second half. Bill G, again, I appreciate your incredible generosity. Thank you so very much. Helping us keep the lights on. Missouri Tigers. Now, the defense is stepping up. Number 8, Alabama versus number 14, Missouri. John Till, $2 holla. Thank you for the $2 holla super chat, John Till. USC could earn a fired coach today if they fail. I don't think Lincoln Riley's getting fired today. I think it would be difficult to fire him at the end of the season. I think USC is going to win today. I do think the comment, though, that USC has earned all this Big Ten money. USC is one of the top brands. They're probably going to get a higher stake. But that comment, jeez, good grief. I think a lot of people are going to have if this deal gets done with the Big Ten, where there's different media tier payouts and different stakes of ownership of the Big Ten enterprises, I think a lot of people in the PATC community are going to have a difficult time not being able to complain and bitch and moan about some schools haven't earned it and some, because it's all tiered. So all those talking points go away immediately. And they're going to have a hard time. They're going to struggle with that. Alabama 17, Missouri 17, 3rd and 6. Williams and Bernard today, 20 yards of receptions, averaging about 160 yards together, but today only 20 combined. Simpson has not been able to get it to Williams and Bernard. 17-17. Back to pass. The rush is on. He gets flushed out. He's going to try to run for it. He ain't going to make it. It's going to be 4th and 4 at their own 43, 44-yard line. Arnegad, is the Big Ten going to copy the ACC and unequal revenue sharing? The ACC was desperate. Is the Big Ten desperate also? I think security to 2046, making sure they stay with the Southeastern Conference, making sure they keep their top brands happy, and to be able to build this Big Ten enterprises for-profit entity, because they think everyone's going to make more money. They had to do it. Or they believe they have to do it. Are they desperate like the ACC? No. But then again, if the lower half of the Big Ten is going to make more money because of this, because of the Big Ten enterprises, because they're going to be able to be in a better position of media negotiations and sponsorships. If the whole conference, if it works, makes more money, and if the lower half makes more money versus if it doesn't exist, then, that's going to be that's going to be success. Also, the problem with the ACC unequal revenue sharing is that if you are at the bottom of the ACC unequal revenue sharing, you are going to be making less than some of the Big 12 schools. The bottom of the Big 10 are not going to be making less than any, when it comes to conference payouts, they're not going to be making any, they're not going to be making less than any ACC or Big 12 school. What's going to be interesting, Arnagad and everybody else, if this deal happens and the Big 12 tries to follow up and Kansas and Utah and the rest of the Big 12 find out through communication with the Big 10 and the SEC that none of their schools are being targeted, does the Big 12 need to do their own unequal revenue sharing? Or is everything going to remain equal? Like, is Kansas and Utah going to hold that leverage over the rest of the Big 12 schools, saying that we might be able to jump at some point? You better give us a little bit more if we're going to sign this long-term grant of rights. Unequal revenue sharing with just institutionalized inequality. Well, we've had inequality in the Big Ten for 80 years. You know, we've had the Ohio State Buckeyes, the Michigan Wolverines, the Penn State Nittany Lions have had a larger athletic department, more money, more resources because of the big fan. It's already institutionalized. Now the question is, what is in it for the Buckeyes and the Wolverines to sign a grant of rights in 2046? They're going to get more money than they could probably ever expected, even in the Big Ten. And what does the other schools get? They get security for a very, very long time and the ability to make more money than they ever thought, if it all works out. Kansas and Utah have zero leverage. Maybe. You might be right. You might be right. Ole Miss 10-7. Thank you, Stephen McNeely. No, we already dealt with Texas unequal revenue sharing. Well, what you really dealt with was Texas took their third tier content and put it into their own Longhorn network, which killed the chances of a Big 12 conference network. The Big Ten is putting all of their content together, like they've done, and they're going to put all their most of their logo jerseys on field. They're putting their content together. The teams are going to be getting, the programs are going to be getting paid differently in different tiers, but the content's going to be bundled together to maximize everybody's monies. Also, according to reports of Ross Dellinger, the percentage stakes is not going to be very radically different. Like, there ain't going to be more than 1% difference between the highest Big Ten school and the lowest Big Ten school. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it even gets done. We'll see if it even gets done. (17-17), 4th and 2. I'm going to have to just take a minute break. I got to check on something. I got to make a phone call. It's not college football related. So I will be coming back here as soon as I possibly can. Please stay in the chat room. Watch the football game. It's Missouri punting 17-17, 4th and 2nd. I'll be back as quick as I can. Alrighty, I'm back, and I apologize, everybody. Okay, I just very busy, non-college football related. Although I'm very busy with college football as well, as you can imagine. The rumors are already starting to fly. We will talk about that tomorrow on our aftermath show. 17-17, Alabama in Missouri. 3:50 to go in the third quarter, and we've already missed, but we're going to do it right now, per tradition of PATC, when we got a close game in the third quarter, and if it's within 10 points, well, you know what happens. First down, Bama. Alabama is starting to get an offensive line push. Starting to push that line, the Missouri Tigers. Time of possession, 27-16 at 15 minutes. A large advantage, Crimson Tide. And I think you're starting to see that played out. The Missouri Tigers, I think they're in a little bit of trouble here. Even though they got the score back to 17-17, the D-line is starting to get pushed. Second down and 3. Running back stumbles, gets knocked down. It's going to be 3rd and 1 at the 3-yard line, 3.5-yard line. 3rd and 1. We've got a PATC Super Chat. John Till, thank you for the super chat. $10 holla. I think uneven share in the Big 12 hurts them. There's already the perception they're not as good. This would just open up the gap, make it harder for them to have multiple playoff teams. And my feed, did Proctor get in? I lost the feed there for a moment. No, his knee was down. He's going to be short. But it's going to be 1st and goal, Alabama. 1st and goal, Alabama. Third and an inch, and Illinois is in the shotgun. Touchdown, Bama.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
4th and goal, Illinois. By by the way, I saw the touchdown by the big Pittsburgh Panthers freshman quarterback Mason Heinschelt. Wow, he threw that sidearm. He was getting rush. If you go watch it, if you can find a tape on it, a clip on it. Pittsburgh has tied it up at 21-21. Oh, the quarterback was down. What am I doing? I'm going to take it off the board. No. He's down at the 4-yard line. You are absolutely correct, Stephen McNeely. Not a touchdown. John Teal, thank you for the super chat. If they did unequal revenue sharing, it would be so slight, right? I don't think it would be, I don't think, it would be very difficult to pull off in the Big 12. I agree with you. John Teal, thank you so much for your generosity. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, very kind, sir. Well, we got a second go at the 5. Alabama actually lost a couple of yards. They're going to run it. They pitch it out. Running back basically gets about a half a yard. It's going to be 3rd and goal. A little bit inside the 5-yard line. 3rd and goal, Alabama. Can Missouri make the stop? Third and goal. Man in motion. Simpson, shotgun. He's going to rip it in the end zone. Overthrow, incomplete. 4th and goal. Now what does Alabama do? Touchdown, Fighting Illini. Alabama lining up for the field goal. 13 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Bama going to try to recapture the lead. Left hash mark. The kick is up and it is good. Alabama 20. Missouri 17. We got a close one going in the 4th quarter. Illini standing 10 toes down. Great ball game. Okay, let's get into it. The ACC first. 21-21. The Seminoles are knocking on the door. 3rd and 5 at the Pittsburgh 14-yard line. No, now it's a loss of 1. 4th and 6 at the Pittsburgh 15-yard line. The Seminoles are probably going to line it up for a field goal. SMU 24, Stanford 7. Those are the 2 ACC games going on right now. Florida State, Pittsburgh tied up at 21. SMU up on Stanford 24-7. In the Big 12, the Cincinnati Bearcats still undefeated in Big 12 play. Up 17-3 over UCF, almost the end of the 3rd quarter. The Houston Cougars are up big on the Oklahoma State Cowboys, 36-10, almost the end of the 3rd quarter. The 2 games that are going on in the Big 12 right now. The Big 10, the Buckeyes 20, the Fighting Illini 10, 20-10. Illinois is putting up a big fight. UCLA 37, Michigan State 7. Nico Imaliva pass complete. Jalen Berger, 13 yards for another Bruin touchdown. A remarkable story. The UCLA Bruins are about to go 2-1 in the Big Ten. Those are the two games going on in the Big Ten right now. In the SEC, Alabama is up 20-17. And Ole Miss have taken a 10-7 lead over Washington State. Those are the two SEC games that are currently going on right now. And of course, we got a lot of big games later in the day. We'll go over those middle of the fourth quarter. But we got Indiana and Oregon. We got a lot of big games. LSU, South Carolina is one I'm going to be very interested in watching. LSU really has to go to another level today, in my opinion. In my opinion. What the heck happened with UCLA? Yeah, they got rid of their head coach. I don't know. UCLA should hire Skipper, the interim, to be their new skipper. I think it is more the offensive coordinator doing a better job than the last guy. Florida State did kick a field goal. They've taken a 24-21 lead with 5:41 to go in the third quarter. Florida State 24, Pittsburgh 21. Max Clare with a big-time reception for the Buckeyes. A great tight end. Transfer from Purdue. Pibula rolling out. Dumps it off. A couple of yards for the tight end. North Fleet. It's going to be about a second. About a 2nd and 6. 2nd and 6. Expedition Greg says the Buckeyes need a touchdown. 20-10 Ohio State. Here Alabama 20, Missouri 17. So the top 25 games today are, again, the Buckeyes in Illinois playing right now, 20-10. The Buckeyes, the number one team in the land, up 10. Number 8, Alabama, 20. Number 14, Missouri, 17. Number 25, Florida State is only up 3 on Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh's got the ball at the Florida State's 33-yard line. And you got Ole Miss up 10-7 over Washington State, the number 4 team in the land. Later on, Oregon at home against number 7, Indiana, 3-7. Number 6, Oklahoma against Texas. The Red River rivalry, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech. The number 13th ranked Georgia Tech at home in Bobby Dodd Stadium against the Hokies. The Fighting Irish at home, Notre Dame Stadium against North Carolina State. Iowa State, can they get it going again after losing to Cincinnati last week? They're going to have to do it on the road at Folsom Field versus Colorado, Arkansas, Tennessee. Tennessee is ranked number 12th in the nation. The line dropped to 9.5. I do not know why Arkansas is getting all this action. There must be a reason. Florida, Texas A&M. The Aggies favored by 6.5. Kansas, Texas Tech, Georgia, Auburn, Michigan, USC, South Carolina, LSU. Prebula dumps it off. First down, wide open in the middle. The tight end, Norfleet again with the first down. BYU, Arizona, Arizona State, Utah. Those are your top 25 games this Saturday. Later on this Saturday. Hardy breaks another tackle, 6-7 yards. My goodness, what a beast. The best running back in the nation. Best running back in the nation. Christopher Hooter, UC Investments is a 501c3 nonprofit. Is that legally significant? I have no idea I don't have no idea what that means. I do know that the guy who heads the UC Investments, Jaggi Singh, I forget what his last name is. He's doubled the portfolio of UC Investments since he's been the leader. I think 5 years, 10 years. They're worth hundreds of billions, so they're making value for themselves. They're making money. I don't know if that's called nonprofit or profit or whatever. Oh! Is that an interception? Did he get it? I think that was a little bit of a miscue there between the quarterback and the receivers. But did he get that interception? Is that a clean pick? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I think that's an INT unless we can get a different angle on it. Nothing there that can overturn it. I don't think the receiver was even looking for that football. Prebula is pissed at the sidelines. He's very angry. Oh yeah, he's upset. The young man is upset. Jeremiah Smith got dumped on his head in the Buckeye game. Alabama now running that ball again. They got the ball back. That's a massive turnover. The Missouri Tigers defense has got to be exhausted. They've been on the football field the whole game. Yeah. Missouri's in trouble. They need a turnover themselves here. I think Jeremiah Smith is okay. I think he just got that was quite the hit. He came down on his neck, his shoulders. First down and 10, Bama. Simpson's rolling out. Pass complete. That's another great play by the quarterback. Another great play by Ty Simpson. Coy says he hurt his back. And we got a timeout. 11:52 to go. 2nd and 3 Alabama. And the Missouri Tigers are now in danger. Ooh, did he catch that football? Did he catch that football? That ball moved hard when the tight end went out of bounds for the Alabama Crimson Tide. The Buckeyes have the ball in the red zone. Julian Sayin rolling out, dumps it off. Another big tackle, this time on Bo Jackson. Illini are hitting out there. Washington State has scored a touchdown. They've taken the lead back on Ole Miss. The number 4th ranked team in the nation, the Ole Miss Rebels, down 14-10. 14-10. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. In the Big 12, Cincinnati 20, UCF 3. Houston 36, Oklahoma State 10. In the Big 12, 2 games going on in the Big 12. 2 games going on in the Big 10. It is 20-10, Buckeyes, and 38-3 UCLA. Michigan State just scored a touchdown. 38-13, the UCLA Bruins. Going to win their 2nd Big 10 game in the last 2 weeks. In the Southeastern Conference, Alabama 20, Missouri 17, Washington 14, Ole Miss 10. We got to keep an eye on that game. 14-10. It's going to be 3rd and 2 now for Alabama. The question is, can Missouri get the ball back here without giving up a touchdown? I don't know. The Missouri Tigers defense is exhausted. And we've got an injury on the field. Missouri player is down, number 10. The lane train is going off the rails. 3rd and 1, Bama, and I'm guessing if they don't get it here, they're going to go for it on 4th down. Ty Simpson hands it off, and he's short. It's going to be 4th and 1. He did not get anything on that. Boy, this is the play of the game now here. 4th and 1, Alabama. If Missouri can get the ball here at their 41-yard line, 4th and 1, play of the game, Simpson's under center. He's going, he's rolling out. He pitches it to the running back, 1st down, Alabama. Another great play by Simpson. He's getting rushed. He does the old pitch play, pitches the ball forward. That was a great play by Simpson. Beautiful play. We've got another super chat, Ryan Willie. At least I'll be at the Brewer game tonight, so I'm not reminded of the Don Morton era. Like I said in the super chat, Greg missed. I missed the super chat. Oh, I did. I'm sorry, Ryan Willie. I apologize. Thank you for the other $5 holiday. Greg, the Badgers will be wearing uniform throwback uniforms from the 1980s. That's the Morton era. Are they saying Fickle is worse than Morton? Well, first of all, I apologize for missing that super chat, Ryan Willie. I'm guessing they had this all figured out before the start of the season when they were going to do their throwback uniforms. Look, it's all about trying to sell a couple more T-shirts with the old 1980s look, right? That's what all these programs do. They have the Minnesota Golden Gophers are having their throwback uniform today of the 1960s, the last time they won the national championship. That's happening today. The helmet has numbers on the side with the gold stripe down the middle. So let me clean up something here. But thank you so much, Ryan Willie. Thank you so much for your super chat. Again, I apologize for missing this one. Give me a moment here, everybody. Give me a moment. The Brewers, the Milwaukee Brewers. What's going to happen tonight, Ryan Willie? Let me know what you think is going to happen. Ryan Willie, at least I'll be at the Brewer game tonight, so I'm not reminded of the Don Morton era. That is in the 80s. The Buckeyes are up 27-10. Jam Miller, he got dinged up on that play. Jam Miller, the running back of the Alabama Crimson Tide, who was out earlier in the year. Yeah, he's going back to the locker room. That is Alabama's RB1. That is their top running back. First down and 10. I would think Alabama's going to continue to run this ball. Missouri Tigers defense has been on the field all day long. Simpson overthrows a wide open receiver. There was some rush on Simpson. Second down and 10. Missouri is starting to gamble here. They're starting to gamble on defense. They got to get off the field. They can't let Bama score a touchdown here. 31-yard line, second down and 10. Not much. It's going to be third and long. Third and long for Alabama. Tough situation here. Either the Bruins win or this evil Badger will go into hibernation. Simpson misses. Now what does Bama do? They're going to try to kick the long field goal. The Missouri Tigers defense held. Fourth and 10. Fourth and 10. It's going to be a 50-yarder. The snap, the hold, they kick, and it is wide. It is wide left. Tall team misses it left. Missouri is still only down by 3. 20-17. Holy smokes. Ole Miss is still down 14-10 to Washington State. Pittsburgh has the ball at the Florida State's 49-yard line, down 24-21. SMU's up 24-10 on Stanford. Here comes the Missouri Tigers. Vox Quindaro. I'm back. Old Pete Quindaro called and I got to take that call. Back to pass. Mad rush. Bibula twist spins. And he goes down. It's going to be second and about 12. Second and 12. And it looks like Illinois lost the football. Altmaier got stripped on a sack. It's going to be Buckeyes football. They're up 17 points. Pibula, second and 12. Not much there. It's going to be 3rd and 9. Pibula was able to dump it off at a quick tackle. 3rd and 9, Missouri. They need a first down. Again, the offense is just not staying on the field. You can't go 3 and out here. You cannot go 3 and out. Back to pass. A mad rush again. Oh, what a throw. What a throw, what a catch, but short of the first down. Missouri's going to have to punt it. Missouri's going to have to punt it back to Alabama. The offense cannot stay on the field. Alabama's defense is taking over. LT Overton getting pressure. Wait a second. They went for it. Missouri thought they got a first down, and the ref called them way short. Wait. Let's see that again. Everyone's gonna look at this again. Oh, I don't know. Hey, he got further. He got further than when they marked him, that's for sure. Because he was on a fake punt. But look where they marked Missouri. He put the ball out. They put him at the 40-yard line. Now look at this. He's not out yet. He's stretching well beyond the 40-yard line. He is stretching out well beyond the 40-yard line. Look where they marked that ball. Now, I don't know if he made it or not, but the mark was bad. The mark was horrendous. His foot is on the 40-yard line. His left foot, and then he stretches out. It can't be the 40-yard line. Sorry, guys. That cannot be, the ball cannot be on the 40-yard line. I don't know what they're going to do with this, but they can't just say, inconclusive, Alabama at the 40. Wow. Stephen Vitt, that could be a first down.
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
His foot just came short of the 40-yard line, and he reached well out. Jump forward.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vague.
Wow. Well, you gotta, that was really good defense on a fake punt. And I don't mind the call by Eli Drinkwitz. Good call on the fake punt. Good defense on the fake punt. They're marking it at the 40. There's no way on God's green earth. Yikes, that's terrible. That is ridiculous. on a grand scale, ladies and gentlemen. Sack. Missouri gets a big sack. It's going to be 2nd and long. Woo! All right. Everybody refocus. Everybody refocus. Pittsburgh has tied the score with Florida State 24-24. 11:38 to go in the game. 11:38 to go in the game. 24-24. We got to keep an eye on that one. In the Southeastern Conference, it is Washington State 14, Ole Miss 10. But Ole Miss has got the football at their 18-yard line. Again, there's going to be a massive loss of yards for Alabama. Missouri has come out firing. The defense has come out firing. It's going to be 3rd and a country mile. Unless Alabama pulls off a big play, it's going to be Missouri ball back here. Back to pass. 3rd and a country mile. Dumps it off. Alabama's got it at the Missouri 38-yard line. 4th down. Now what does Bama do? Do they go for it again on 4th down? They got some yardage back there. It looks like there might be. I don't think they can try to kick a field goal. It's 4th and 6. They're going for it. 4th and 8. Oh boy, 4th and 8. This is it. Missouri. Defense, they got to put up a stop here. Alabama called an audible. Alabama called an audible. Alabama, Simpson back to pass. He sets up. He goes deep. What a throw. What a catch. 1st down, Bama. Unbelievable. Again, a remarkable throw. Wow. 4th down and 8. And Simpson puts that ball right there. And now they're going to review it, I think. But that was a catch. That was a catch. That was a catch. Holy smokes, what a play. What a throw by Simpson. What a, wow. Wow. What a play. Reset in the clock. Thank you, Kenneth Stromness. Okay, 2nd and goal here. Alabama's trying to ice this game with a touchdown. More pressure. Incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and goal. Can Missouri survive another play here? Back to pass. Simpson dumps it off, tight end. It's going to be 4th and goal at the 2.5-yard line. Do they go for it again, Alabama? 4th and goal at the 2.5. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to go for it. Another one of those plays of the game. Kalen Proctor, is he going to get the football? Is Big 74 going to get the football? No, he's lining up on the offensive line. 4th and goal. Could this be it? Could this be it? Touchdown! Bama!
Touchdown!
What a drive!
Touchdown!
Daniel Hill.
Touchdown!
Boy, did Alabama, that was a game. 4th and 8, Ty Simpson with a beautiful pass. Jeremiah Smith, touchdown for the Buckeyes. Wow. It looks like Alabama is going to win this game. And I don't think this loss is going to hurt Missouri all that much, to be honest with you. I don't think this loss is going to hurt Missouri. 27-17. The Buckeyes in Oregon for the Natty? Could be. Could be. 4th down spot, well, that was a pretty bad spot. No question about it. Wow, Alabama is going to survive. Woo! Greg the Cooler is back. Greg the Cooler is unfortunately back. Okay, let's take a quick look here. Ole Miss has got the football at Washington State's 40-yard line. They're still down 14-10. Still down 14-10. The number 4 team in the country is down 14-10 to Washington State. In the ACC, Pittsburgh's got the ball. And it's tied 24-24. 24-24. Let's take a look at the box score there. Thomas Castellanos is 14 of 18. 172, 2 touchdowns, having a good game. The running attack's got 166 yards. Mason Heinschel's got 246 yards in the air. Panthers got 105. So it's been a good, close, competitive game. Pittsburgh and Florida State. In the Big Ten, UCLA 38, Michigan State 13, and the Buckeyes 34, Illinois 10. As the Buckeyes will remain the number 1 team in the land. And Illinois, if they can run the table after this, who knows? Illinois, who knows? That big loss to Indiana is going to hurt them. But Illinois can still have a fantastic football season. And if they go 10-2, well, we'll find out. We will find out. Let me do this real quick. So the 2 really close, surprising games right now. Washington State is 14, Ole Miss 10. And Pittsburgh and Florida State are tied up at 24. Scott Grable, roll tide. Roll tide. Trinidad Chambliss just scored a touchdown for Ole Miss. So Ole Miss has taken a 16-14 extra point coming up, 17-14 lead over Washington State. As this game winds down, I want to thank all of you who have donated to this channel. Another completion by Missouri. If Missouri scores a touchdown, makes the extra point, they're going to cover the spread. They're going to cover the spread. So a lot of people are still watching this. The line is 3.5. Alabama. Pibula dumps it off. I want to thank the people very generous in donating to this channel to help us keep the lights on and grow the channel. Thank you so much for donating during this watch party. These are our long shows. These watch parties, they take a lot of work, but they're a lot of fun. I want to thank Kerry Gold Nose, Mr. Seminole, Mr. LSU Tiger, Christopher Hooter. Thank you, Helmer Hennison, Penn State Nittany Lion. Thank you to the Evil Badger, Ryan Willie, Wisconsin Badgers. Thank you to West Coast UCLA, John Till. Thank you, Anthony Carlson, Mr. Michigan State Spartans. Thank you, Bill G. Thank you, everybody, for your donations. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Vox Quindaro. I appreciate it. Kansas? Can Kansas make Texas Tech sweat today? Now, Rodriguez, I heard Rodriguez is a little bit nicked up. The great linebacker for the Red Raiders. I did hear that. I'm not making that up. Can Kansas make Texas Tech feel some sort of pressure? And maybe if the Red Raiders feel some pressure, will they fold like an accordion? I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Strom, the Pittsburgh field goal. Okay. For those who are new to the program, or if you haven't done it yet, please hit the subscribe button and turn on those notifications. Please smash the like button before you leave. We are going to be doing an aftermath show tomorrow, Sunday. We talk about everything in college football. Plus, we're going to have to talk about what could be happening next week with the Big Ten and the public capital investment. We'll talk more on that tomorrow, the aftermath show. There is a chance, if something truly unexpected, if there is some major dramatic event that happens in college football later on today, I may come on later tonight and cover it as some sort of Saturday post game. If not, we will wait until Sunday, the aftermath show. So I want to thank everybody for joining us, and please join us tomorrow. Only 23 likes. You're killing me, guys. You are killing me. Rock Chalk Jayhawks, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, is already sweating. They're nervous. You better. You are welcome, Expedition Greg. You are very welcome. We're not leaving yet, though. This game is not quite over. I don't think. Gophers Watch Party will give you a like. Yeah, we're not doing no Gophers Watch Party tonight. My apologies. I am going to be watching the Golden Gophers with the little general, if she lets me watch the game with her. We got the 2-minute timeout. Missouri's got the football, 1st and 10. They do have 3 timeouts. So if they do get a quick touchdown here, who knows? Trying to dump it off again. Pribula does have to get the ball lower when he's throwing these dump-off passes. His receivers keep having a... Breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news. Diane Keaton, who starred in Annie Hall, The Godfather, and many other movies, has died at 79 years old. So rest in peace, Diane Keaton. Prayers go out to her loved ones, her family. And the next time you see your lovely Diane Keaton again, it will be forever. Diane Keaton, 1946 to 2025. Wow. Rest in peace, Diane Keaton. Missouri has got the ball deep, deep, deep in Alabama's territory. A big, long pass. The question is, when is this Missouri Tiger receiver down? I think he's a little bit short of the end zone. A little bit short of the end zone. Big play. Missouri, come on now. You got to cover. You got to cover this. You got to put this in the end zone. The line was plus 3.5 Missouri. You score a touchdown here. You punch it in. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Jeff Sims is going to be the starting quarterback for Arizona State. And that is very good news for the Utah Utes. Scott Graber, absolutely correct. Prayers to her family, her loved ones, all of her friends. Diane Keaton, a giant in cinema, passes away. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth Stromness. The Pittsburgh Panthers have stopped the Florida State drive. (27-24) Pittsburgh. Pibula back to pass. Touchdown, Missouri.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
All right, make this extra point. Make this extra point. Make this extra point. For all that is good and holy, make this extra point. Yes! Now, usually I would be more excited about that, but I did make a big lecture at the beginning of the game that the Missouri Tigers were not only going to cover, but they were going to win this football game. So I can't be all that excited. Onside kick, let's go. Let's go. You got to believe. You got to believe. Let's go. We can do this. We can do it. We can do this. Onside kick. Let's make it happen. miracle time. Let's go. Let's get this done. They're lining it up. It's up. What just happened? What happened? Timeout. 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 They ruined the music. They just ruined the whole tone that we were setting up here. We put our miracle music on, which I don't normally use, but I had to pull out all the stops here. I have to pull out all the stops. Now, Missouri still has 3 timeouts. So if they do not get the onside kick, they still have a chance to get the football back. So they got two bites at the apple here. 2 bites at the apple. Now, the first bite didn't go all that well. Alabama's football. All right, we got 3 timeouts left. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're okay. Come on now. Big stop on first down. We need a big first down stop here. Let's go. All right. Big stop. 41-yard line. They run that ball. All right, they got 3.5 yards. Timeout. Scott Grable saying we just need 1 first down. Okay, we need a pre-snap penalty here with Alabama. We need a pre-snap penalty. Illegal motion. A little bit of a stumble by the running back. A little bit of stumble by the quarterback. First down and goal, Pittsburgh at the Florida State 7-yard line. Once again, the Seminoles about to lose another home game. They're about to go 0-3 in the ACC. The Florida State Seminoles have lost like 9 out of their last 10 conference games or something crazy like that. 2nd and 7, Alabama. Okay. It's going to be 3rd and 3 3/4 yards. Third down. 3 3/4 yards. Second and goal at the Florida State's 3-yard line. The Seminoles have called a timeout with 2:31 to go. Scott Grable, wrong. We need a Bama touchdown. I know my 92-year-old mother is sitting at the edge of her bed praying. She's got a rosary out. And she's praying for a Bama first down. 3rd and 3. Nothing there. Call a timeout. Call a timeout. Let's go. Don't make this field goal, Alabama. Do not make this field goal. Don't even try for a field goal. Don't even try for a field goal. Pittsburgh Panthers touchdown. Ja'Crian Turner for 3 yards, touchdown. Now everybody thinks the story is Florida State going 0-3 in the ACC yet again. But it's not just about the Florida State Seminoles. It's about the Pittsburgh Panthers and their new quarterback, their freshman quarterback, Mason Heinschel. What a story for the Panthers. Pittsburgh, you better buy up those season tickets next year, the next couple of years, because you got yourself a quarterback. You've got yourself a quarterback. 4th and 5. 1:25 to go. Alabama, Scott Grable saying go for it. And they are going for it. My gosh. They're gonna try to get them off sides. Don't fall for it, Missouri. No. They're not gonna actually go for it. They're gonna end up punting it. They're gonna try to get you off sides. They're gonna try to get you off sides. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. No. It's all trickery. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Don't go for it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Missouri Tigers about to pull the upset. Alabama's got to punt it. Missouri's going to run it back. They get it out their 18-yard line. 1:17 to go. No timeouts remaining. Down 3. A field goal would tie it. They need an 82-yard drive to win the game, and they need about a 72-yard drive, 72-yard drive, to have a field goal attempt. The Missouri Tigers. 1st down and 10. Bo Pibula, shotgun. All right. Get everything reset. Audible. Back to pass. Pibula rolling out. You got to chuck it downfield, young man. You got to be quicker with your decisions. You got to let it rip. You got to let it rip, young man. You got to let it rip. Scott Grable, heart medicine time. Second down and 10. Nothing there. Great defense by Alabama. At least Roberts was able to get out of bounds, but they're putting too much pressure on Pibula. This got to be a designed rollout. Not because the offensive line is getting pushed back. It's got to be by design. Touchdown, Illinois. You got to just roll them out and let it rip it downfield. Roll them out. Roll them out. Back to pass. All the pressure in the world. Okay, 4th and 6. There's nothing there. Pibula got hit again. You can't throw a... Look, Alabama's going to stay in a zone. You're just going to have to take the cap off. Pibula, you got to go deep. You got to go deep. There he is. Throw it deep. Complete. There it is. Down to the 47-yard line. 52 seconds to go. 1st and 10. Do you believe? I believe. Do you believe? I believe. Missouri Tigers at the 47-yard line. 1st down and 10. 52 seconds to go. Shotgun. We got trips right. Back to pass. Incomplete. Again, there's always somebody putting pressure on Pibula. There's always a breakdown in the Missouri's offensive line. Almost on every play. Wow. First down and 10. No, 2nd down and 10, excuse me. 47-yard line. Pibula back to pass. Again, incomplete. Throws it high. It's going to be 3rd down and 10. Pibula does throw a lot of high passes. He's going to have to work on that. Vox Quindaro, he had all the time and he misfired. 3rd down and 10. You know what you're going to have to do here? You're going to have to let Pibula run this. You're going to have an old quarterback draw. Quarterback draw. Right now, that is the call. Back. Interception. Again, the receiver was not looking for it. The receiver has got to be looking for it. Game over. There is some definite there's something going on with this passing game. A lot of throws where the Missouri guy's not looking for it. No, that was overthrown. That was a bad pass. He tried to fit it in. Well, I don't know. Receiver's got to get his head turned around. Either way, the Missouri Tigers go down to Alabama. This is a good road victory for Alabama. Excellent road victory for Alabama. Alabama's going to go up in the rankings. Good win by Alabama because this is a good Missouri team. 27-24, and Missouri Tigers cover. The Missouri Tigers cover. I think. We'll see about the Buckeye game. Anyways, we're gonna go now. We'll see you either late tonight or in the aftermath. We're definitely going to be doing the aftermath show on Sunday. Thank you guys. I've already said thank you to those who donated to our program. It was one heck of a watch party. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it. I'm very humbled that you would all join me to watch college football on a Saturday. Until next time, tomorrow, the aftermath show. We're going to be talking all college football, what happened today, and of course, what is going on in the Big Ten with the public capital investment possibility happening this week. Until next time, from all of us at PATC, to all of you, please, you all take great care of each other. And as always, God, family,